So this is a pretty slow method, but at least it's consistent. Usually on the second phase, I will switch to range. Just to speed it up a little bit. So if the queen walks this way, I have to reset. Gotta wait for him to get right around here. Fuck. It's beyond fucking warm in my room. Oh my fucking god. Beyond fucking warm. g2 getting there. A double spec. Let's go. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. That's the best double spec I've seen so far. Look at that, I'm hitting every time. Fastest kill of my life. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, today we're just working on the diary step, so. Flinching the first phase seems to be the most consistent way to do this boss. At least I find it the easiest. I actually aggro this fucking thing sometimes? What the fuck, dude? One more kill. Let's go. Thanks for the follow. Peak riveting content right here. I guess I'll wait. Be patient. Look at this fucking jank in this game, dude. I get hit after I go up the ladder. God damn it. I'm getting so fucking trolled right now. It's unbelievable. Good lord. should do it. Wait, that's yeah. Hold on. I thought the Calphite Queen's head was guaranteed at 50. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. Wait, what? 150 for the tattered helm. Uh, no way. I thought there was like no, there's like a mercy or something that I thought I heard. Hold up. The diary step is actually RNG. Are you fucking kidding me? $256 kill. Oh, well, fuck doing this diary then. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, tell me about it. It's been taking forever. Like, fuck, how long have I been? Like, I started doing this before I even started streaming today. Let's see. How long have I been streaming for? About 3 hours. I did this. I'm about like 6 to 7 hours into this shit at 50 KC. Probably about 6 hours. Yeah, I'll be back. I need to go stretch my legs a little bit here. Ugh. Have to think about this a little bit more. Alright, I will not be going forward with this. Mm, might do some fishing, I think. That's so fucking trash, dude. That is so trash. There's actually no way. 250 KC. Nah, that boss is like if you have best in slot. Fuck doing with anything else. That is awful. Oh my god. Anyway. Oh, let's do some fishing. Shit.
So you're out of crystal shards and you can't recharge your armor, or maybe you wanted to make divine pots and you can't recharge those either. So how do you get more crystal shards? What's the best way? Well, it's thieving. Let's get into it. Grab your rogue's outfit from the right wardrobe. Not the magic wardrobe. You need the armor case. Get your thieving cape. I'm taking a setup like this. The dodgy necklaces and the dodgy necklaces are to um, increase your thieving rate because even at 99 you still fail. The prayer potions are for redemption, and the cosmic runes are and the lava battle staff are to cast Shadow Veil. Shadow Veil is a spell not Arceus. Spell book that allows you to increase your pickpocketing chance even more. So definitely use that. All of these things are worth using.
redemption. What the fuck does redemption? Oh my god, let's just look it up. What? I always hear about redemption. I've never really used it. I don't. Why would you waste prayer What? Bruh.
If you have an ult, you can trap you can trap this guy here. This guy is just right southwest of the house pole. You can just stand here and here, and this guy can't move. Even when he resets, he'll just spawn right here because this is actually his spawn point, this tile right here. So this would be the easiest way, but even without an ult, you just want to pickpocket one of these guys, and you'll fail a lot. And essentially, when you get low, you redemption. Make sure you keep your shadow veil up. And already, 2 enhanced crystal teleport seeds. That's what we're looking for. So each one of those is worth 150 crystal shards. So yeah, easy as that. So when you're about to go below 10% health, whack on your redemption. You get healed. Drink a prayer pot dose, and then carry on pickpocketing. So when you have your enhanced crystal teleport seeds, to exchange them for shards, you want to come here to this pub here and talk to Amrod. Trade all your teleport seeds. 300 shards. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, subscribe. Join the Discord. Link in the description below. And on to the next one.
Come on.
Back in the day, a Super Nintendo game was $69.95. That's how much Secret of Mana cost when it first came out. Let's go pull this up. Inflation calculator. And
I did the exact same fucking shit. Exactly.
And what year did Secret of Mana launch?
Was it
August 6, 1993. And we're going to go from August 1993, and we'll go to April of 2024. And we're going to say $69.95. If you were to buy that Super Nintendo game today, in today's currency, it'd be $151.47.
Here's the funny thing. You go to one of those vintage game stores, and it will be.
That would be the cost. Dramatically higher, right? But the reason they were so expensive back then is because of physical distribution. That's the reason. We don't have that anymore. You don't have to make a cartridge. You don't have to put it on a store shelf. You don't have to physically ship it. You don't have to do any of that. We have digital distribution. It costs nothing. I have sold tens of thousands of copies of Heartbound, and it has cost us nothing. So when we're looking at this versus that, it doesn't make sense. We can't even make a comparison there. Steam still takes 30%? No, they...
I still think that obviously, like, making a game costs more money. And so, like, if you're paying developers, like, the cost of making a game is not entirely in distribution. It's also in development. It's in, you know, any sort of testing, paying for voice acting, anything like that. All of these things also come into play. Obviously, you don't have physical distribution, but you have a bunch of other things as well.
Don't. When I make a Steam key, and that key is for a $10 game, and then I sell that on Humble
Yeah.
Bundle, what is the
Marketing, yeah.
percentage that Steam takes from me? 0%. Steam only takes 30% of the sales you have on the Steam platform. Only on the Steam platform. Further than that, if you have trading cards for your game, which you always do, you make those yourself. Very easy. Whenever one of those sells between one player and another, there's a community market fee. Steam gives...
He's exposing the banana game right now. That's what's going on. Yep. You also have 100x more people buying games now, though. If you have 100x more people buying games, then you also have to have more customer service. Now, I actually think that is the strongest argument against increasing the price of games. It's actually not inflation or physical goods. It's the amount of people that are buying them. Because if you can sell something 100 times, you know, you have to make this much money. But if you can sell something 1,000 times, you don't have to make that much money, right? You have to make a lot less. Or you don't have to make quite as much. No, yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, there's a bigger market available to devs. Yeah, exactly.
The developer, the community market fee. That ain't 30%. That's a lot less than 30%.
Yeah.
Depending on how you strategize your sales, it's dramatically less than 30%. And Steam does not charge you for the distribution of your patches or the game itself outside of that 30% cut. Isn't that literally pennies, though? No, no. Very funny. So the way that I look at this right now is this doesn't make sense. We live in a time of digital distribution, and the way that I see sales of games is like this. If it's $1, people see it as shovelware. If it's $3, they see it as an arcade game. $5 is a premium arcade game. $10 is an indie game. $20 is a premium indie game. Anything anywhere from 10 to 20 is a premium indie game.
Yeah.
$40 is a day game. $60 is AAA. And anything 70 or above is
Pretty
a
good.
scam. That's the
Yeah. So what about $130 though? Where does that fall on the list? No, he definitely right about this, like 100%. Like the $70 games, here's the thing, is that a lot of the development costs that make it to where they have to charge $70 for a game are things that consumers don't see a lot of value in. That's the big problem. So you have these games that are like trying to focus on, you know, making things hyper realistic or, you know, the way their loading screens work or something like that. And this is a focus for the developer. And they say, oh, well, we put all of this money into this, so the game has to be more money. But the real thing is that people don't give a shit about that. They don't care about that in the first place. They just wanted to play the game simply, and that's it. True, gaming's indie games. Yes, exactly. Who cares about popular actors as voice actors? Yes, that's not that important. So I think that a lot of the reasoning for why games are getting more expensive, I am of the mind that whenever we are very old, we will look back fondly on the time that games were only $100. Because inflation exists, it affects every single thing inside of the market. Everything in the market is affected by inflation, whether it's video games, fast food, cars, or gasoline. If you look over the course of time, the prices have gone up like this, and it has never gone down other than like a slight blip or something like that. So whenever I see this and I see games just getting more and more expensive, that's what's going to happen no matter what. But the truth is that there is a lot of psychology in pricing. There definitely is. And it's crazy how people see cheap games and they think the games are just bad.
general way that people feel about games that I've seen so far. Like, this is the limit. Anything above that, and people hate you. Whether...
I don't know if that's true. I actually don't think that's true. I think that's only true in the context of, like, the internet. Because if you look at how well these games sell, I think the games sell extremely well. They're obviously selling extremely well. So how do we know that $70 is actually a bad price point? I don't know. Look at COD, Ubisoft, Diablo 4. Yeah, exactly. Like, they just keep doing it. I would never buy 70 plus games. $70 plus for microtransactions or pay to win is totally fine in my opinion. I think that there are a lot of games that, like, realistically people would pay more than $70 for. But the truth is that a lot of the ways that these companies create value and add things into the game are just simply not things that gamers care about. That's the biggest issue.
They feel it's worth it or not. The problem is this. The ones saying this, unfortunately, don't matter. As awful as that is, because there's multitudes of people that are just buying the games anyway. An insane
There it is.
number of people that don't take any part in online discourse, don't take any part.
These are the kind of guys that during 2021, 2022, they're thinking to themselves, man, whatever happened to BlizzCon? Well, they should do another one of those. I remember back in the day, they used to announce the expansions back then. Whatever happened to that? Shit, that's me. Yeah, exactly. They got no fucking idea because they're a fucking electrician. They're working, I don't know, they're a truck driver. They're not paying attention to this shit. Yeah, where's E3? Yeah, when are they going to do another E3? It got canceled 2 years ago? No, that's too bad. That's it. So, yeah. Most people don't care. Yeah, and that's the reason why these game companies are able to do this, is because there's just such a large amount of the audience that's uneducated, right? And not engaged. And also, like, I'm not using this as a pejorative, because these are people who just simply don't care. And I don't think they're obligated to care.
Part in talking about $70 game, don't take any part in any of this, and just buy the $100+ copies every time. You will find very quickly that the double down versions of games, instead of the $70 version, the $110 version, you'll find that these ones sell more than these ones almost every time.
The worst part about this, oh God. Wait, why? Because people are stupid. That's why. And I will give you one point on the graph that proves what he's saying. I don't know if he's going to use this as an example. It seems like he is not. So here's a great example. They have a trending list and the most popular games list for, I think it's in Japan, or it was some other place. And the Assassin's Creed $120 or $30 edition was selling at a higher point on the power ranking level than the base game. And this happened in like the past 2 months. There it is. The problem, I actually think, is not with the price. I think that if people are unhappy with the price of something, in a lot of cases, the solution actually isn't to reduce the price. It's to change the value proposition. People are unhappy with $70 games because they think they're only going to get 40 hours of entertainment out of them. I think people would be fine paying $70 for a Baldur's Gate 3 or an Elden Ring. I think so. I think they would be. I know some people are going to say no, but I think they're lying. I don't think that's true. I think that many people would be completely okay with it, or more, right? Exactly. And there are many games like this. The problem is not the price, it's the value. And the value for these high-end games does not match what they're asking for.
And if it is a $70 game, it'll likely have MTX in it that will end up making it sell more than this every time. The reason that the business model works this way is because people spend money on it. This is normal business for the games industry.
Well, it's obvious, right? It's like everybody hates microtransactions, but they keep doing them. I wonder why that is. Why would this keep, how does this keep happening? What a fucking mystery.
And I reject the shit out of it. Why do you think our game is $10 and it won't have a sequel and it won't have a prequel and it won't have chapters and it won't have DLC and it won't have microtransactions? That's why it's $10, because I hate this business model. I hate it. I think
$70.
And I don't want to perpetuate it, even if it would make me more money, because it's not good for the industry. So I can't convince people to stop buying games like this. I can just stop.
Well, the problem is that, like, even if everybody on the internet does that, there's just, again, this, like, huge majority of people. Like, and this is what happened. I apologize for doing something, like, you know, crossing over into, like, political territory with this. But do you remember when everybody thought on the internet Bernie Sanders was going to just completely clean sweep the Democratic nomination? and then all of the boomers bust over from their church group, came and voted for Biden. Those boomers are buying $110 games. People on the internet have a massive, like echo chamber. There's a huge echo chamber on the internet. Everybody thinks this. No, everybody does not think this. This is a small contingency of people on the internet that think this.
Selling games in that way and succeed in spite of that. So are sequels bad?
That's right.
No, but if making episodic content, it's not good for the game a lot of the times. I'll give you an example. Let's say that your base game is $10 and you release a DLC for $5, and then you release a DLC for $5 and you release a DLC.
Let's say you're Destiny 2.
DLC for $5. As a player, you bought it for $10, and a new DLC comes out 3 months later. It's only $5, so you buy it, and then another one 3 months later. Well, it's only $5, so you bought it, and then another one 3 months later. It's only $5, so you buy it, right? You just keep doing this. Now, let's say that you tell your friend, "Hey, man, this game is really good," and your friend's like, "Oh, how much was it?" And you're like, "Oh, it's $10," and your friend goes to look at it, and he goes, "That's not $10." Now you get a $25 game. So new players are de-incentivized from jumping in, but old players feel like.
Yeah, and he worked at Blizzard, so he knows how this happened with WoW, too. Like, this is a big thing. Like, how many of you guys with WoW were like, I don't want to get into the game because there's like 4 expansions I need to buy. It's too much. Yeah, exactly.
They got good value, and they didn't pay that much, except they're both paying the same amount. It's a marketing strategy that preys on your inability to do math, or inability to assign value over time. That's the issue. So, like, not a fan of it. Really not a fan.
I don't even think that it's bad. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that strategy fundamentally, because if you create more content for the game, then I think that you're entitled to charge money for it. I just think that it basically increases the barrier to entry for a new person to become a fan of your game over time, which is bad. Just if you look at your game as an ecosystem, it's bad. Like, it just makes your game harder to approach as a new player. Like, I don't even need to get into the ethics for it. I think it's just, it's just bad. But they kill the old content? Oh, I don't know about that. I think it depends on the game. There's a lot that do that, though. We're aware of this tactic, but we still buy DLCs to support the great games. Yeah, no, I think it's okay. I think, really, this is a problem. It's kind of like an own goal that developers can do on themselves, where they make their game unapproachable by adding in so many extra things. Like, I think, I was making the joke about Destiny. I'm going to pull it up real quick and show you guys how bad it is. So if I look at Destiny 2, content for this game: The Final Shape, Echo's Silver Bundle, Lightfall, The Witch Queen, Beyond the Light Pack, Shadowkeep Pack, Forsaken Pack, Triumphant Silver Pack, Throne of Anthon, add all DLC cart, $293. This is a crazy amount of money. And you have to keep in mind, I'm sure there's going to be some Destiny fans in chat that are going to say, well, you don't need to buy all of those. Okay, how do I know that? As a new prospective player with no knowledge or information about the topic, how do I know that? Yes, you do? Yeah, I don't know that, right? And so that's one of the big reasons why, like, for example, if Destiny 3 comes out, I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it. I want to play it. But Destiny 2 is just, it's so unapproachable. I'm not going to try to figure all this out. I barely did it for Final Fantasy XIV, and that was a huge headache in itself. Look at The Sims 4. Yeah, sure, I can do that. Give me a second. Let me pull it up. Sims 4. Oh, it's a free game. Oh, man, that's bad. Oh, that's real bad.
Damn. One of 79 pages? What the fuck?
It's a free game? It's only $800
never mind.
with all the discounts. Yes, and so you keep in mind, like, so whenever I see a game like that, I immediately think to myself, well, I don't want to buy this. Like, I don't want to get into this. This is too much. How many of you guys have been like that with a game? It's like the moment that you see, like, okay, it's like, oh my God, now I have to think about this. It's too much. Yeah.
If I'm going to release new content for Heartbound, I'm just going to patch it into the game, like I always have. No reason not to. What are your thoughts on expansions then for games? I only like expansions for live service games a lot of the times.
And one developer that did that was Capcom. Capcom patched a ton of new stuff into Monster Hunter Iceborne after the fact with no extra cost. They do have the game monetized in a few silly ways, but overall it's not pay to win or anything like that. So there are developers that do this. And Elden Ring did it as well with the Coliseum update.
Like, I really only like expansions for live service games. I don't like expansions a lot of the time outside of that. I think they're kind of gross. Like, if you're doing a single player game, the only time I'd say an expansion makes sense is like if you're adding another campaign to it. Live service game does make sense for expansions because that ends up being kind of a good deal. But yeah.
I think that expansions are okay. I think the problem is when I think that, again, it all goes back to the value proposition. Like, if the value proposition is bad and people don't like what they're getting out of the game, then they're going to be pissed. I don't think anybody was complaining about the DLC for Elden Ring or Witcher 3, but they would complain about DLC that's like super bare bones. So yeah, it's all about the value that people see in it.
It's pretty rare that single player games get expansions that make sense. It's pretty rare. What about the infamous Oblivion Horse Armor DLC? I think it's ass. Like, obviously. Not a fan of that. Risk of Rain? Risk of Rain wasn't an expansion. That was a totally new game. Risk of Rain to Risk of Rain 2 is a completely different video game. That's fine. What about Vampire Survivors? I actually don't like Vampire Survivors. I didn't like the fact that they went from a $3 game and then sold millions of copies and then made it $5. Like, why? Why did they do that? There's no reason for that shit. Makes no sense. Bro gets mad from $2 game to $5 game? Yeah. Do you know why? Because there's no reason for that. If you have a $3 game and it sells millions of copies, and then you change that price to $5, you have a small team that has more money than they'll ever need, and you've changed the price to $5 after it becomes popular. If I took my game that was $10 and I made it $12 after it became popular, would you feel good about that? You'd hate it, just like I do. It's like, because there's no reason for it. The only time that
I think that it's okay for people to make money and try to do that. It's fine if they want to do that, as long as the game provides a good value. And I think that's the decision that everybody has to make. And it's the same as, like, also, if you're making a $3 game or a $5 game, I don't really think it's, like, that big of a deal. And if the price of something goes up slightly, I think that's reasonable, especially for the for inflation, for sure. Yeah, it's not a big deal. But if you're selling the same game for that much time and you're adding new content into it, I don't know. That's okay. Yeah, exactly. Not for fast food. Oh, yeah, sometimes.
ever have to change prices is when there's dramatic shifts in the valuation of individual currencies. Currency exchange rates is the only time we have to raise prices because sometimes currency exchange rates go crazy, which is exactly what happened with Argentina, right? Like, that sucks. There's nothing we can do about it at that point. We're like,
it's crazy how many gold farmers now are from South America. I saw that in Wrath of the Lich King Classic. There's actually even Burning, I don't, maybe it was Burning Crusade. You've got what it's like to be poor. I think that if you can't afford a $3 or a $5 game, and that's a big problem for you, that's the least problem in your life. Realistically. Like, if you're actually getting mad about the price difference to that, like, let's be honest here, okay? What are you doing?
Like, suddenly, like, a currency just inflates to and is not worth anything anymore. Like, we have to take action. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah.
That's the only time that I think that's appropriate. That's the only time, and it's a global finance issue. Yeah, global finances go wacky. Bingo. Price your game in line with the gold standard? No, that's not really how that works. The way that you have to price your game, no matter what, man, is based on people's expendable income. You're making an entertainment piece. That's what that is. It's an entertainment piece. People don't need to buy your...
I think that's the problem. The problem is that they're pricing it based off of what people can spend. That's why you have gacha games. It is insane.
Game. They don't have to. So you have to price it based on people's expendable income inside of that
Yeah.
area. Disposable income is what you're targeting. What about board member bonuses? Gross. Yeah, it's gross. No, you don't have to buy it. I price ours based on a Big Mac. It's about a Big Mac and a half. Yeah. You want people to buy, what is this? You want people to buy your product? Make it affordable. Bingo. Yes. Make it affordable for each region, too. Always make it affordable for each region. You have to think about what the economics are of each region that you're selling the game in, and you have to think about specifically.
It's actually crazy. I remember whenever I first learned about this was in, like, I think Mists of Pandaria. And I don't remember what year it is. You know, in general, I basically base things off of what WoW expansion it was in whenever I learned something or knew something or something happened. I remember in Mists of Pandaria, I learned about how much different the pricing was in, like, South America. And it was nuts, man. Holy fucking shit. It was over, like, it's like $100 at that point just to buy WoW comparatively. It was insane. Kind of hate that prices are so different. Yeah, and that's whenever I think that it might not have been then, but that's whenever I became aware that Blizzard changed their prices massively in those other places.
How much disposable income people in that region have? Yeah, regional pricing. Always regional pricing. Always. And then you price it appropriately based on that. It's very easy. It just takes a little bit of effort, right? Are you in favor of microtransactions in the game if the game is free? I'm in favor of microtransactions if they are cosmetic in nature and nothing else. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for anything else.
Even then it
Cosmetics
sucks.
only. How do you make the art for your game? Shame.
Yeah, I mean, I think that really, I think that's the way that most people see it. And there are games that function that way. Like League of Legends or Valorant functions that way. Like, I know that you can buy champions, and that's technically not true. But functionally, if you're playing the game regularly, you're never going to have to spend money to not have access to a tool in the game. So, yeah, I mean, cosmetics and, like, microtransactions for free-to-play games, like you can't have a free-to-play game if you don't have that, right? Unless you're making people watch ads.
Makes all the art and animation for Hardbound. I do the technical art, which is particle effects, shadows, lighting, stuff like that. Sony priced Helldivers to 0 in some reason? No, they didn't price Helldivers to 0 in some regions. They made it unpurchasable in some regions. Those are two very different things. Yeah. No, 0 would be free. Lol, same thing. No, 0 would be free.
Yeah.
They turned it. What they did was they took a selling video game and instead.
Are people. I'm so happy to see this. What a stupid fucking thing to say. Selling it for $0 is the same thing as not selling it. I love seeing streamers get, like, cause chatters will create like this, it's like the dumbest dichotomy that you can ever like, it's like you can't even imagine that somebody could believe this. It's like, what? Like, wait, no. Like, you gotta take a step back and just realize, did somebody really fucking say this shit? I got you. Yeah. Oh my god.
Applied a 5-finger discount to everybody who wanted to go the extra mile. It's probably the greatest advertisement to piracy I've ever seen in my life. Insane to watch.
Yeah, I think that's what happens. Let me go ahead and link you guys the video. I didn't get a chance to see this one. Let me see here. Yeah, I think he's right a lot about this stuff with, like, the games being expensive. I don't think that it's a problem that games are expensive. I think the big problem is the fact that games are not providing a value that people think that they should. I think that's the big issue. Whether a game is $3 or $5, $60 or $70, I think that the real reason why people get angry about it is the fact that the game quality is bad. And the game quality, it's like the trailers come out and the game doesn't really have any the game doesn't have any sort of, like, real new interesting things. The gameplay is mediocre, and it's like, yeah, by the way, like, we have all these really cool cutscenes, but there's hardly any gameplay. So that's really the issue. $1 per enjoyment, right? There's no possible value for a $130 game for me. There's no possible value for a $130 game for me. Well, I'll tell you this, right? A lot of people that watch me have probably played WoW, right? Because I played WoW. I bet a lot of people that say that have spent over $130 collectively playing WoW. Again, it is not about the money. It's about the value proposition. And the value proposition is just fucked. That's all there is to it. My lifetime spend, easy over? Yeah, exactly. Of course I was. Yeah, one Valorant skin. Yeah, if it's all digital content like physical collectors, that's probably worth it. Yeah, of course. WoW's an infinite money sink if you want it to be. Yeah, it is. How much do you think GTA 6 will be? I don't... I think that if they price it at $100... The worst thing about Grand Theft Auto 6 being priced at $100, theoretically, will be that other companies start trying to do the same thing. Because I think that if they price it at $100, a lot of people will still buy it. Like, a massive amount of people will still buy it. But it's like, once they do that, and they, you know, it's like a phrase to say, break the ice, then you're going to see everybody else doing the same thing. Bethesda for sure with the next Elder Scrolls? I don't think so. I mean, I really don't. And after like Starfield and like all the drama with Fallout and everything, I highly doubt they're going to go for a play like that. But who knows? Yeah, open to floodgates, exactly. What if they do a subscription to play GTA 6? Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. But either way, I think that something being overpriced...
You'd hate it.
Like, I think especially, this is like an especially big thing with regional pricing, that you just can't take this into consideration. But I'm talking about like in Western first world countries. The main reason why people don't want to spend money on these games and buy these expensive games is because the value is not there. And also, that's only the people on the internet. Because if you look at the top selling charts in a lot of these games, it seems like these games are selling extremely well. Even the $110 versions are selling more than the $70 ones. How the fuck does this happen? I don't even know.
God damn it. Ooh, these games starting to piss me off. Wow.
To make this spicy, I want you to imagine that you are a game developer, right? You're working at a big company and, well, your bonuses have continually been slashed. You're worried about your job maybe being axed, maybe your segment of the game getting a massive cut. You're working on a game that has lost much of its original deep fan base and is surrounded by drama. You do a whole bunch of work. You want to make the game better because you're a game developer. That's why you even did this in the first place. But guess what? The headlines about your game are a $40 weapon with $10 upcharges. So yes, today we're going to be talking about live services, specifically Overwatch 2, because what happens if your game exists to sell cosmetics, not video game? And what if the last time that your company tried to sell video game within your video game, it was the Invasion Pack that notably seems to have completely bombed, that led to people not getting their bonuses? Yeah, it's pretty damn rough. So let's dive in, of course, with the support and the help of all of our people over at bellular.games. Over there, we've got ad-free videos, we got loading screen, we're all hanging out in the Discord together, so if you want more of what we do and to support the mission, that's the place. With that said, let's talk about their attempt. So, Season 11 of Overwatch has started. It's got basically a battle pass that is themed around, like, Power Rangers, Kaiju, that kind of thing, which, to be honest, I should be pretty weak to. The legendary skin, by the way, is Rita Repulsa for Ashe. There's new mythic cosmetics for weapons. We'll be talking about that. A reworked weekly challenge progression, and of course, a delicious purchase opportunity that's actually good, because it's basically the return of Pink Mercy, and the thing that matters there is that the proceeds go directly to cancer research. So that is a very, very, very good thing indeed. So it's called Overwatch, TLDR, Power Rangers. The big headline thing for them is 100 million players. 3 months ago, they said they were on track to hit that.
Still
They
kinda
now
getting
have hit
over
that. And ostensibly,
cold,
that's why they're
so.
doing the whole Mercy thing again. And in a case like this, before we get into the real juicy meat of it, what I actually like to do is take a look at some of the numbers, because it's always good to be grounded just in a little bit of that reality. So what we do know is, at least for a period, they were making a shitload of money, and that's because they were actually way up in Steam, sandwiched in between Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree. Yes, they were ranked 3, just behind Elden Ring and the Steam Deck. That's pretty damn impressive, of course, especially because a lot of people still play Overwatch on Battle.net, right? They do that whole thing in Battle.net, their friends are in Battle.net. That makes a lot of sense. It's where Overwatch launched, so I don't exactly know what the audience split is, but what we do know is that a segment of the audience on Steam is buying enough stuff that this has absolutely surged all the way up. And a similar thing does happen with, say, Call of Duty whenever they do a new Black Cell Battle Pass. Man, those things sell absolutely crazy. Now, let's talk about numbers, because they're actually kind of interesting. So here's the overall performance for Overwatch 2, basically since the start of this year. And we can see that their average player counts are a bit below 25k, and, they're sort of more spiky numbers. They are resting just above 25k at the start of the year. Then, mid-February, we see a pretty good spike as a season launches, I believe Season 9, then Season 10 launches a little bit into the middle of April, and we can see that Season 10 really did boost things up. And that does make sense to me. It actually had a few neat things going. But of course, neat things that I now would not be able to play or check out, which does mean that any of those wins represented by that lovely high player count number, that in a way they're not particularly relevant, because I found out about them too late. Now, this season's only just launched. That does mean that we don't have a lot of data for it. Doesn't seem to be a humongous spike, but it definitely is getting a healthy enough spike. And as you compare Overwatch 2 at the very start of 2024 to where we are right now, halfway through 2024, you do actually see that they've done pretty well. They were having their player counts a bit more in the 25Ks. Now they're a little bit more over 40K. So that is going to be pretty healthy. There's times they're even touching or even surpassing 50K. Of course, 50K concurrence is not a humongous amount if we're talking about the top echelon of video games. But again, you've got to remember, this is only Steam, one platform, and Overwatch is mostly on BNet. So certainly plenty of players, and that does mean plenty of people to go and buy the things that will make them the money. But before we talk about money and tactics, actually they are doing one interesting thing. I think this is really, really smart marketing. It actually harnesses some community angst. So basically, there's a creator-made balance for the game, right? The idea where people would be like, oh my god, if only we could make the changes, the game would be better. And essentially, they've done that as a bit of a marketing beat. It's in the form of an arcade mode, and there are support changes by SK, there are projectile hero changes by Kusta, hit scan hero changes by TQQ, and a bunch of tank changes from Among. So basically, 4 streamers being given the opportunity to actually test out some of their theories within, of course, the limits of existing Overwatch. And you've got things like ability and movement changes, say Roadhog pulling himself towards enemies, so that's kind of crazy, nerfs, buffs to different things, and completely...
Wait. The hook now pulls you towards enemies or the environment. Roadhog change? That might be that might be one of the cringiest Overwatch changes I've ever seen. Wow. Huh, huh. When useful. What the fuck? Something doesn't seem right here. God damn it, I gotta look up the video again, dude. It's something like this. It's been a while since I've done this. Fucking hell.
Hey everyone, it's Lil Kev, and welcome to my guide on two-tick harpoon fishing. Although it's not as popular as barbarian fishing, this method offers the fastest XP rates in-game, upwards of 140k XP an hour at full focus.
Forgot I need the fucking bow.
The level requirement for this method is 71, so you can catch both tuna and swordfish. Otherwise, the gear and inventory requirements are pretty minimal. For gear, the short bow is the only thing you actually need with no ammo. The angler outfit is optional, but it does give you 2.5% XP boost if you can deal with the fishing trawler grind. In the inventory, you need a harpoon of any kind. The crystal harpoon is technically the best because it has an increased catch rate, but any harpoon works. You also need earth, water, and body runes to aggro a couple rats that are in the area. And then the location we'll be doing this at is northwest Piscarilius, kind of west of the bank here where these fishing spots are. So the Fisher's Flute teleport on the Kretzt Memoirs is your best option to get here. Alright, so before we get started, I want to go over some rune light features that I suggest having set up to make this training method a lot better for you. The first is menu entry swapper. Go under object swaps and then click the harpoon box if it's not already clicked. And what this does, it makes harpoon your left click option on these fishing spots here, which will save you a lot of clicking in the long run. Next thing, which is going to help us with just getting set up for this training method in the beginning, is NPC indicators. Just have it turned on, and you're going to see these rats walking around the area. Right now they're kind of easy to see, but there are some times where they wander off pretty far and you can't really see and they blend in with the dock, whatever. Just find one rat, hold shift down and right click, and you should have this tag all option. And what that does, okay, they're off my screen. It didn't work. And what that does is highlights the tiles around the rat, depending on whatever settings you have set up for NPC indicators. And you'll see that there's these two rats here that are kind of walking around this fence, and these are the two that we'll use for this training method. Then there's one more feature called fishing, which I think is automatically turned on, but if it's not, you can use it. And what it does, it just highlights the fishing tiles. You can adjust it to put icons over it or the names of the fish you can catch at those fishing spots. It's not really a game changer anyway, you just might like to have it on or something. So you can give that one a shot. Okay, so let's get started. Before we aggro the rats here, what you want to do is make sure your short bow is on rapid and auto retaliate is turned on. And then we'll find the rats here and cast either confuse, weaken, or curse to get them to start attacking us. And once you get both of the rats' attention, what you want to do is just bring them over to the water line here next to the harpoon spots. So getting the attacks of the rats timed properly is the only real tricky part of this method. It is very similar to two-tick woodcutting, if you've ever done that. But here's what I do. Move a few tiles east or west, and one of them should get in line, and you kind of go back and forth until they're both along the water line here. Then you get one stuck behind the other so that only one can attack you at a time. At this point, you want to have this attacking rat right next to the fishing spot you plan to use. You wait for a hit splat on your character, and then you click to walk on top of the attacking rat. The second rat should attack you immediately, then the other rat should move out from under you and continue attacking. Usually their attacks will be separated by 2 game ticks, which is what we want, but it won't always be the case. You just repeat these steps until it looks like this. Now that we have the rat attack set up, here's how to properly time your clicks when you're doing this training method. When you see a hit spot on your character, click on the fishing spot. Then when you see your character's harpoon raise up to its peak to go fish, is when you want to click on the water tile directly next to that fishing spot. What this does, it cancels the action of fishing and it'll get your character to turn back towards the rats. You can use other one-tick actions such as dropping fish or fletching darts to do the same thing. And then after you see your character turn to the rats, you just rinse and repeat. And that about covers it for this video. I hope you found it helpful. If you have any questions on this or requests for future videos, just let me know in the comments. If you're ever looking for random advice, groups to go raiding with, or whatever, my Discord's linked below, so feel free to join that. You can also find me on Twitch, where I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Link will be in the description. Thanks again for watching, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Yeah, so my headset finally died. I'm curious it's gonna how much this microphone is gonna pick up my speakers. Um,
New abilities as an example for Orisa. It's quite a lot actually. So the devs have actually given this a proper fair shake. They have absolutely went and implemented mechanical changes for this mode, which of course does make sense. This is a strong marketing beat. Now there are crazy out there things which wouldn't really work, but there are actually some changes that people love, to the degree where people are basically campaigning for some of these things to be rolled into the proper balance for the game. Which is actually really damn cool. Like, actually, props to the creators, number one. Also, props to Blizzard. Yes, on the game design side, but I'd also say on the marketing side, this is a great example of marketing. And it's one that I recently saw done very well in a completely different sector, and that is with the Nothing Buds 2. Now, they do have other earbuds beyond that, but basically, I think the Nothing Ear 1, right? There was a guy on YouTube, he did a review of them, like a more technical one, and absolutely ravaged them. So, Nothing reached out to him. They end up having him basically do a whole bunch of work and testing with their new product, and then of course they do a little marketing video. Well, they do a video together, and it ends up being that the next product was better, that this, creator was involved in a whole bunch of tuning and stuff for the headphones, and actually some of his work ended up in the shipped product. Now that's a really, really good example of Nothing. Number one, yes, wanting to make their product better, but also getting really good, marketing. And it's not really just marketing, it's also a story with people, and in this case, it'll be a story with a bunch of streamers that many players will know. So that's a really, really smart way to market your game. And let's be real, that kind of warm community feeling is what some people have felt they've somewhat lost in the new world of Overwatch, basically being a game that is nickel and diming you to buy cosmetics, which is in some ways different to what the older game had been. Now, there are one or two other good features before I get into us having a good old laugh about the money side of things. So, weekly challenge catch-up. Listen to this. All past incomplete weekly challenges can be completed at any time in a given season. When the weekly reset occurs on Tuesdays, incomplete weekly challenges gain an additional copy of that challenge. When a weekly challenge is completed, if that challenge has copies remaining, the challenge will refresh and be completed again. Which, honestly, that's pretty good. That is actually slicing away a little bit of FOMO, right? It's basically stacking up potentially earnable rewards rather than saying you can get a big chunk of reward every week, but if you're not there in a given week, you won't be able to get it. So I do think that that is smart. Obviously, from Blizzard's perspective, they probably think that this will have positive impacts on, on player behavior. They've also talked about weekly milestones, which are challenges progressed by doing other weekly challenges. Each week, a new one will unlock, and all past ones can be completed again at any time within a given season. Those are definitely very positive changes, and across so many different games. Of course, very notably with Halo Infinite around its launch, having iffy weekly challenge design when that is a fairly core part of, say, your battle pass progression, that can do serious damage to a game. Again, because what they're marketing at people and what they are overtly telling people they should go and progress is a big extrinsic reward thing. So, you cock that up and you end up in a pretty rough situation. But speaking of rough, well, this is what they're doing. Okay, there's a $40 weapon skin with $10 upgrades. Specifically what it is a new mythic weapon for Reinhardt. And this is a weapon that, like with the heroic weapons, can be equipped regardless of what skin your character is using. Now, basically the way that things work with the mythic prisms is there's a mythic skin in Overwatch, right? And to buy the entire mythic skin costs 80 prisms, and every premium battle pass gives you 80 prisms if you, of course, complete it. So basically the way it works is there's a mythic skin added every single season, and the premium battle pass in total gives you enough prisms to buy a completely maxed out version of that mythic skin, though you can buy more basic versions of the skin for less prisms. What they've essentially done is they've taken a little bit of the FOMO out of it, but there still is some FOMO, and they've done that via a currency, because previously you needed to complete the battle pass to get the mythic skin. Of course, with this new way of doing things, it is more friendly to players, right? If you only want the basic version of a mythic skin, well, you can get that and then put your spare prisms towards something else. But of course, when you see a dev do that, when you see a new currency, especially one that could be premium, you've got to think, how will they do this? And, well, they've done it in this way, right? They're going to be adding in this mythic for Reinhardt, and it's a pretty involved one, right? They say that it's going to have a bunch of exclusive sound and visual effects, and they say it's another way to spend your prisms, and you can unlock the base skin for 50 prisms, which is the equivalent
Visual
of
thing's kind of fucking me up, actually.
Store. And then you can unlock additional levels at 10 mythic prisms, including a weapon flourish emote, elimination visual effects, and reactive effects. Now, we don't know what the full final price will be, but it could be 80 prisms. And you know what that means, everybody? Well, I mean, of course you know what it means. Of course you do.
Can't
Because
go down to
the
one.
battle pass, the way that this was sold to players, right, is the battle pass will give you enough prisms that you can just go and get the whole, get the mythic skin that you want. The entire, reason, the framing behind this was a player-friendly one to give you a way to earn prior mythic skins. Say, if you don't like the current season's mythic skin, that's fine. You can buy the premium battle pass anyway and spend the prisms on another skin that you do like. Of course, what happens with this is that now there is more mythic skin content between the weapon and the hero skin in a season than you get in the premium battle pass. And that then means that this as a currency, as an economy, is more important. So yeah, I mean, basically there you go. This is a way for them to sell a decently substantial, well, they're making a lot of money. I mean, look how expensive this is going to be. I mean, look, let's say you're a completionist style of player, so you get the premium battle pass, right? You get that, you get your 80 prisms, you use those to max out the current mythic skin, say. But then you also want the weapon. Well, if the weapon costs 50 base, that's 40 USD. If, though, fully upgrading the weapon takes it to a total cost of 80 mythic prisms, guess how much money you have to spend? You either buy 50 prisms and then buy 30 prisms, which would cost you $40 plus $25, a total of $65. Now, there is a package of prisms. 75 prisms plus 25 bonus for $74.99, which of course is a better deal in a sort of dollar per prism way. But it is quite funny that to fully max the weapon, you would need 80 prisms, yet the denominations they sell are 10, 30, 50, and 100. That gap between 50 and 100 is hilarious. Basically, they want people to spend like $75, which is absolutely quite rough. Now, you may be thinking about other things, like, isn't there another premium currency in the game? The answer, of course, yes. It's the Overwatch coins, right? So let's just dive into a little bit of how the business model is currently being ran. So the premium battle pass costs 1,000 coins or 2,200 coins with 20 tier skips included. Now, of course, if you are a discerning gamer, which I know you are, you're going to make the smart choice. You're going to buy the $40 pack because it's got the premium battle pass, it's got the 20 tier skips, it's got a 20% XP bonus, it comes with 2,000 Overwatch coins. That's let's just say $20 in value. So there you go. Basically it's free because it's such a good value. They highlight that the pass, of course, that you get in this bundle lets you unlock a total of 80 prisms and 600 additional coins. But then we have the Kaiju Roadhog and Kaiju Zenyatta. Guess what they are? Those are legendary skins. They are legendary skins that you cannot get in any other way. right? You cannot buy them with Overwatch coins, or no, they're
trying to see if I
unique to
can
this
do it
bundle.
without it.
That's how they work. So yeah, if you want to be a completionist, actually, you need to buy the $40 pack, and then you will need to buy a whole bunch more prisms. Again, I say completionist, and some people may argue that this isn't a completionism thing. Well, certainly I would think about the gameplay patterns of Overwatch players during the Overwatch 1 era, where very much one thing they enjoy doing was collecting skins. Well, now the thing is, it's not about collecting anymore, it's about buying. And of course, the people, it was a lot more exciting when they could complete some games and they could earn a loot box, and maybe they get a skin that they want from that loot box, or maybe they get event loot boxes because they're playing an event and unlocking those, and they are collecting those skins. Now, yes, there was a way that people could go and spend money in the loot boxes, and obviously that, loot boxes suck. Yes. But here I do actually think it's just more smartly put together to get money out of people, again, because of the way that, yes, there are premium currencies, but they are actually quite siloed and divided, especially with there being some skins that are only available via upfront, real-world money purchases. That, of course, will mean that loads of players have loads of spare Overwatch coins. You cannot turn Overwatch coins into prisms. What you'll do with your Overwatch coins, of course, is to either purchase the next season's pass, or of course to purchase things from the rotating store. And the thing is, if you're a completionist, you don't want to spend your Overwatch coins on the premium battle pass, because when the next premium battle pass comes, there will be a $40 bundle that will probably have truly unique exclusive things. And a lot of people will say, okay, yeah, but how could they do they really think people will play the game like that? Well, it's what they want them to do, because that's how they've designed their business model. Then, of course, there's also a $10 starter pack, and this is all amid them actually getting quite a lot of criticism. So just scanning around the community, a lot of people talking about legendary recolors. Now, this has been going on for ages, but this is a really easy example for Soldier 76, where there is a new skin for him. Guess what? It's a straight recolor of another legendary skin. It's then also being sold in a bundle with a Hanzo legendary skin, that is, of course, a recolor of another Hanzo legendary skin. Now, to be honest with you, I think if you get one legendary skin and they're going to be doing the recolor thing, they should be giving people a pretty substantial discount on the other, recolors. I'm just thinking about how the value is assigned in a legendary skin, and yes, some of that's the color, but mostly it's the new geometry, it's all of the more high effort, expensive things. So I think that to do a palette swap and to just have that be the same price, I don't know. I think there should be some sort of thing where you buy a legendary skin and you get a discount on its recolors, but maybe that would be just being too nice to your customers. Why do that when maybe you can, you can get more out of the pay pigs some other way? The other side of things then is the battle pass. Again, in this example, at the end of the battle pass, you do get, I think, a Genji skin that is a recolor of another legendary Genji skin, and big picture, the theme of Overwatch players being less and less satisfied with the battle passes they're getting, that is something that, of course, is continuing. What's also continuing, of course, is events and promotions. As an example, they have, they have the summer event, and along with that, there are lifeguard skins. So you can get lifeguard Kiriko, which I think they know they'll, maybe earn their bonuses back on. And also the Transformers collaboration. I mean, I suppose that makes sense, because yes, it's just brands everywhere. Brands everywhere forever. That is the world that we live in. I mean, even as an example, take a sister game of Overwatch, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I look at that and it makes my eyes want to scream, which of course is very inconvenient because my eyes don't have mouths. Call of Duty doesn't look like Call of Duty anymore. It doesn't. You have Space Marines and Homelander and Lilith and Anarius and Brand people flipping knockoff Mulder and Scully. It doesn't look like Call of Duty anymore. You know what, actually? I wanted to play a modern military shooter. That's what I do if I want to boot up Call of Duty. To me, it actually part ruins the experience that I have to go and see all of this garish brand promotion tripe within a game. It makes the actual game experience worse, and it makes it so damn clear that the game exists to be a cosmetic selling platform. Oh man, I mean, basically, right? This is like a weird digital fast fashion, I suppose, with a less exploitative supply chain, which is a plus, but still, it's very tiresome. And it brings me to my main worry: transience and meaning. Here's the thing: why would I bother with any of this when I can't experience a large percentage of the developer's effort unless I play just about all of the time. Now, I know that some things need to be time limited because you don't want to click the play button in your game and have 8,000 icons for all the different modes appear. Like, I get it, that's a problem. But I don't know, man, it just feels like the infinite churn. How does this have value? And I suppose we're seeing them try to earn more money, slicing up their different premium currencies by having unique skins that can only be purchased in a bundle that does have premium currency, but, you know, can only be purchased with USD. That's the way that they're earning more money, doing these brand promotions and things like that. And all the while that happens, organizational will, effort, attention, focus, it's going into that. Like, what gets measured gets managed. And look at what they're tweeting about, look at what they're talking. It's always goddamn skins, not really core Overwatch itself. And also, it used to be that the skins could sort of expand the Overwatch universe. You know, there'd be a new skin for Soldier 76, and then people could say, well, what does this skin reveal about the past of that character, where he came from, what his story was? But now the skins are just either brand tripe or random theme of the battle pass tripe, because guess what? We just need to keep on flicking shit at the wall. So it, to me, feels like they're not building their brand. They're just trying to flip and squeeze money out of it. And you know, there's times recently I've hung out with people who were 1000% Overwatch, lived Overwatch. They bled Overwatch for years. And I don't mean just as like competitive players. No, I mean people who loved the skins, who read every webcomic, who got properly excited for new cinematics to drop. They gave a shit about the world, right? Talking to those people nowadays, they're like, oh, nah, it went wrong, it's dead to me, I don't care. Look at it. And yeah, while you do have people who are playing Overwatch, and while I still think that Overwatch 2 is actually a really fun game to play, I feel like there is something more broad that is being lost. I mean, I look at this and it just, to me, appears like stuff. It resembles things made using artistic skill sets, but it less and less resembles art. Of course, the new map, the new push map. Oh, that's great, that's art, that's game design, awesome. But more and more, it's about what makes the money come in. And this is a business model that I think is absolutely not in the best interest of games being good. You look at all of the work that goes into Call of Duty basically having a new themed bundle every 10 seconds. That is work, that is budget, that is not going into more game, that in the past probably would have went into more game or just another game. But no, it's known safe brands only, monolithic live services until the end of time. Will this pop? I don't know. And as much as, if it did, it would really suck for people's jobs and things, by the end of the day, I struggle to see the sustainability of this. It seems like an amazing way for everyone to burn a hell of a lot of money, and to use dark patterns and FOMO to just gobble up people's attention, and ultimately to make people's experience of video games as a medium small, single brand, rather than something I think a lot more broad and healthy. Anyway, those are just my thoughts. Let me know what yours are. I'll see you again soon.
Actually, at like 65k C or 65k XP per hour, I might as well go do fucking Temporos. This is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck?